Hey everyone, welcome back to the Severed Chains Devstream. This is our weekly abuse of Legend of Dragoon. I've got Zychronics with me again, and we're going to be showing off some brand new hot off the press upscales that he just sent over to me. But first, I would like to talk a little bit about what we've been working on for the past week or so. Um, you may know that we're in the process of upping the whole game here to 60 frames per second. And recently we've done a whole lot of work into getting submaps and submap cutscenes up to 60. So we're just going to show off the intro cutscene here first, right at the start of the game, the one where you get introduced to Dart, Rose, and Fairbrand. Hey Lloyd, hey Brian, hey J-Man, hey Drew, Cine D Gaming, what's up? So this is all native high definition, 60 frames per second now. No tricks going on here. You'll be able to really see it once we get into the chase scene with Fairbrand. Let's just double speed this here right now for this part. Still a work in progress, but we've made some very big progress here. Just like a baby's ours. At 60 frames per second, Fairbrand might actually catch Dart. Oh, my bad. Synth Gaming. Gotcha. Look at those claw movements. Just check this part out. This is like the first time I saw it after getting this all working was just like mind blowing. I'm not 100% sure this is really going to come over on the stream, especially with YouTube's compression and stuff, but I hope that you can see the difference. As part of this, I actually improved the animation code too, so not only does it look better in these cutscenes, but it looks it looks better everywhere else in the game too. Hey, Icarus. And the 60 frames per second submap movement, camera movement. For the next release, we won't be doing combat. just because that would be a huge amount of work, and it would probably add another, 2 or 3 months to the release timeline. So we're going to be doing everything except for combat in this next release. Just in the interest of getting everything like released and playable. That being said, in combat, you will still have HD and native widescreen. And I mean, you can see here, like, just look at Dart's animation. Even at 20 frames per second, it still looks really smooth compared to how it used to look. Like, let's get some free cam here. You can see the HD alone makes a huge difference. Same as with the soldiers. They don't look quite as nice as Dart, but still pretty damn good. And yeah, again, this is all native, no trickery going on here. These are the original game models, original textures and everything. We are just doing a much better job at displaying those. Now we're going to restart, and I'm going to show off a little bit of stuff that is brand new. So Zychronics has again graciously sent me over some brand new upscales. Where do you think we should go first, Zychronics? Yeah, let's look around Leningrad. So this is the very much anticipated upscale project. For anyone who's unfamiliar, Zychronics, do you want to give a brief explanation of what the upscale project is? I'm sure anyone who's watching can, immediately tell the difference here. Like this is a pretty major difference on this map. Like just looking at the texture and the crystals and the rooftops, the columns with the engravings. Chris said, I was like, it looks the same for a second, and then noticed I was watching on 240p. Yeah, that'd do it. And again, the buttery smooth 60 frames per second movement. Oh, one sec. Zychronics, you are not coming through, through on the stream. Yeah, sorry guys, just give me 1 second here. I'm just going to add a new audio input capture, or audio output capture rather. Okay, Zychronics, can you try talking now?
Testing.
Okay, perfect. That looks like it's working. Can everyone hear Zychronics now?
Hello.
Let's give that 2 seconds to catch up. Make sure we're all good. Okay, yeah, we're all good. All right, sorry, Zychronics. You want to repeat your description?
We're using AI super resolution models to upscale all the submaps.
Right.
That's
So yeah,
basically it.
what you're seeing here is basically been fed through a very complex series of upscalers. Um, so they run through. They take the original backgrounds from the game, and they've been trained on images that are kind of similar to that, but obviously much higher resolution. And they sort of just synthesize detail um, that was lost due to the low resolution of the background images. So yeah, let's walk around a little bit. So here is another one that's you know, huge difference. Thank you. Come into the inn. I don't know if I've ever actually been up here. Hey, what's up, chocolate? Right now, the castle. This, I have a feeling, is going to be one of the best areas.
Well, when it's not destroyed, it looks better.
Fair, fair. We will check that out too. It's funny how much better the upscale makes the light rays look, even though you haven't actually even done anything with those yet. Like, just having extra pixels in the background just makes all of the foreground effects look so much better.
Funny how that works, at least.
Yeah, very convenient for us.
I mean, in RetroArch, we couldn't even do that, but with Sever Chains, we can still get all the light race and stuff one day.
Yeah, that actually leads us into something that we're going to be working on today. Um, so do you want to talk about a little bit of the limitations that you had when working with RetroArch?
Sure, some of the. It's not that the textures are too big, it's just in battle, there's too much textures trying to load all at once, and it causes a huge slowdown when in battle. So even though I've already upscaled every single battle texture, running it, even on a good computer, is just not playable at all. Like the submaps were fine, but then once you go into battle, the frame rate just dips.
Right, and there were certain things that you weren't able to access through RetroArch, right?
Yeah, some of the pixel format images weren't able to dump correctly, so
Right, things like skyboxes, backgrounds for battle. Um, I believe
well,
you
the
weren't able.
MCUs
Sorry,
do
go ahead.
dump, but they were like in a jigsaw. You had to like unjigsaw them. TFC has an unjigsaw program for it
Right, right.
because it's dumping the way it's loaded, and it's loaded in pieces, right?
Mm. My place ever changed, but it ran like shit. However, my CPU is also shitty. Will it run better in the future, like running off the GPU? Actually, what you're seeing right here, Zachary, this is the new build that we're working on, and this does run. It does do all the rendering on the GPU. So even though this looks much better, runs at 60 frames per second, supports widescreen, etc., um, it's night and day. Like it runs literally hundreds of times faster than the current build. This is also an upscaled area. I'm sure anybody who's watching could tell this already. We did show this off in the last stream, but still very nice to see with the 60 frames per second update.
We gotta go to map 347.
347, which one is that?
The before Divine Dragon attack on Leningrad.
Right, yeah, I'm
I
just gonna go
think.
head over to Neat first.
Oh right, I forgot I did
Yeah, you
that.
sent me a
It's only
few.
2 maps. I was like, oh, I'm already
You
feeling the snow area, so where's the other snow area? Might as well use the same stuff.
Yeah. You sent me three different areas. It was Deningrad, Neat, and the Divine Tree. So we'll show off all those. Yeah, big difference here on the stonework and the snow. I find that the models do quite a good job on the stonework. Whoops, I keep pressing the inventory button. The trees in the background also look really nice.
If anyone wants to 3D model all the 700 maps, let us know.
Yeah, that would be quite the project. You'd basically be modeling an entire game. Yeah, this map in particular looks really good. Just like the destroyed, rotted out wood and the stone fence and everything. Oh, also TFC got the footprints working. They look a little bit weird right now because I broke them getting some other stuff working. But at least they render, which they weren't before. What was the undestroyed Leningrad?
I
We'll just
believe
warp
it's
there.
347.
347, let's try it out. Yep, looks about right. Oh, that buttery smooth camera movement. Can't get enough of it. Yeah, there are a lot of maps in this area, so let's get checking them out. This spot looks really good. Looks very cozy with the fireplace. Is there a general time frame for the next release of Severed Chains? Yes, we are aiming to get this build fully released in the first quarter of this year. We are also aiming on getting some public testing builds out probably within the next few weeks. So not too long from now. Oh wow, there's so much detail in the background here that you just can't see in the regular backgrounds. You can see all the little
This
trinkets
item
on the
shop
shelves.
had such horrible dithering on it.
Yeah, yeah, it's looking great here. All these little whatever those are. I wonder if these are like the magic attack items or something. And then these might be the healing potions. Let's look at this a little closer. Yeah, I want to say this kind of looks like a healing potion. But these here, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that those might be attack items. What do you think, Zycronix?
I think they should put it in the back before someone steals it.
True. How much of the game has been upscaled like this? Zycronix, you want to answer that?
My portion is 100% upscaled. It's just a matter of cutting the textures up into their individual pieces and
Right.
or re-upscaling areas that just look bad because we've learned so much over the past 3 years. When did I
Yeah,
release that announcement video?
it's been a long time. I would say it's been at least, 2, 3 years for sure. I mean, you guys were working on it when I came, and Severed Chains is over 3 years old now, so it's been over 3 years. Like you were already well into the project when I first showed up in the server.
I released the first upscale video July 7th,
Of what year?
2020.
2020, wow. So yeah,
And then I announced the project on January 1st, 2021.
Yep, it has been a while. So you would have put that video out not long after I showed up in the server and started doing the first little bit of work on Severed Chains.
Yeah, the crazy man showed up and started doing work.
After everyone said it was impossible. Sometimes you just gotta do things. Yes, Drew, the church is thick. Another very cozy looking home with the fireplace. Oh my god, the 60 frames per second, I can't get over it. Then wants to know how Fernie looks. Have you done Fernie yet?
I have an old copy of it. I mean, it looks fine, but need to see how it looks with the new models.
Hmm.
They're not always better, but sometimes they are. But Bernie has a lot of close-ups, so I doubt it'll look much better.
Yeah,
Mm.
maybe we'll show off Fernie next stream. Library's looking pretty nice. Go up into the exhibition room. Yeah, a lot of these
Stand,
paintings you really can't see much detail on.
stand up by the rope.
Stand by the rope, like here.
Yeah, so like Dart is like under it.
Yep.
That's a TFC special right there. You
Very
can
intricate
hardly
cutouts.
tell. Yeah.
Yeah, so just as an FYI, Zachronics, this is all being rendered through this is all being rendered through the GPU shader still, like the PS1 emulation shader, but I think you should be able to use PNG translucency. Um, if not, we definitely will be able to in the future.
All
So
I'm
I
hearing is CRT shader.
But yeah, so in the future you might be able to use that to great effect for stuff like this. Hey, Devoid dude. Erewhon. Hey, Cody. Let's see. Certified buttery smooth remaster. I like it. Yeah, yeah, you can actually make out the painting, like the Black Monster painting and stuff. Like, I would not have known that this was like a relief of a person here. Can't quite tell what's going on in this one. Hold on, let's turn off auto advance. Fiction of Dragoons. These are dragoons during the Dragon campaign. Okay. Can't quite make out that one. Looks more like spaceship dragons. Can definitely see the divine tree here. Crystals look nice. Very unique light source, a basket full of glowing crystals. Yeah, the boat looks really nice too. What is this one? Beginning and ending of the Dragon campaign. It is a wall painting with the theme of the Dragon campaign. Yeah, some of these are just too small for the upscale model to really get a grip on. It's not magic by any means. Like, if there's just not enough pixels for it to decipher what it is, then, you're not going to get anything out that's better than what is put in. But for this, like, stuff in the foreground here, like, it's made a huge difference on these, and even on this Divine Tree one here. all the backgrounds have been generally upscaled by your going back and redoing certain areas. Is that right? Yeah. So um, some of them were done quite a long time ago. Um, like we were saying before, this has been going on for 3.5 years. So some of the early stuff, they've learned a lot since starting this project. So some of the old stuff may not be quite as good as what they could do now. So going back and redoing things with new models and chains of models and stuff can vastly improve things, even over what they'd already done before. And let's take a look at the castle. These guys looking a little out of place compared to the much higher quality backgrounds. Let's take a look at what one of these guys looks like up close. Gotta find one. Of course, it's gonna be the last guys, isn't it? Yep, pretty much the last guys. All
Oh
right,
wow, I didn't
let's
even
dig
know
in.
the alert icon was rendering through the debugger.
Oh
Whoops,
yeah,
forgot.
those are some. Those are the eyes of a man who has seen some things. All right, now that he is gigantic. Yeah, this is kind of a good showcase of like the limits of these models. So like you can see in the foreground here, the stonework and stuff is very detailed. Um, very well defined. And as you get back to the very back of the room, it looks like the stones sort of blend together a lot more. That's just sort of a fundamental issue of like doing upskills like this. As I said before, you can't really you can't add detail that just was entirely lost. So if we were to look at the original images, you would see sort of the same thing, just like less detail in the background, just because there's so much fewer pixels. Are there different upscale techniques used for different areas? I know that can be tricky to keep smooth areas smooth while adding detail to other areas. Do you want to answer that, Zycronix?
Yes, we do use different chains and models for different areas.
Do you have like a set of different chains that you use? Like one for snow, one for buildings, etc.
Not really. For me, it's this terrain for is like mostly brick, so
Yeah,
I tend to make sure stone looks nice.
right.
And if the stone looks nice, I'm fine.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of the architecture in the game is definitely like stone and woodwork. Oh yeah, this looks pretty nice. All these lanterns look very whimsical.
Yeah, for this area, it's definitely a smoother model. Once we
Hmm,
go over to the pine tree, I use something that's more gritty.
right, yeah, that totally makes sense. Oh yeah, this looks pretty great. Now, this is sort of, are we missing some textures here? Like this wall to my left doesn't look upscaled, nor does what's below me or part of this table here.
Yeah, I guess I missed some textures there. Need to fix that.
Yeah, so the way that the upscale mod works is we just actually drop the textures into these folders here. So this is like a map ID, and then we just drop the textures into the folders. And if it finds a texture, it replaces it, and if not, then it doesn't. So that being said, you know, if anybody was actually interested in, you know, doing something like uh, replacing textures on their own, that's also something that you can do with this mod. It's not locked to the Upscale project or anything like that. You can even see some detail on the rugs here. Yeah, these look pretty nice. Yeah, that's very true, Garrett. You can really see the difference when you get something like this. Like just comparing this pixelated, dithered background here on my left to the like stonework on the floor beside it. Such a big difference. I swamp Shanna for Miranda in the bed. Yeah.
Still don't know who that is.
Yeah, these crystals all look really good. When this current build is released, all the backgrounds will be generally upscaled and it will be 60 frames per second in and outside of battle. So this build that we're working on now will not have 60 frames per second battle. That is going to be its own release because it will be a few months worth of work. Severed Chains will not be released with the Upscale project. The Upscale project is actually a mod for Severed Chains, so it's something that you would download separately. Um, it will be released sometime after the next build of Severed Chains is released. I'm not sure if Zychronic's plans on getting everything wrapped up by the time we release it or not, but it won't be too long after either way. Subscribe so fast I fell down the stairs. Hopefully you're okay. Yeah, and Lloyd's also working on some remastered music too, so I'm sure at some point we'll get a mod for that as well. This map looks really good with the crystals.
Yeah, I already gave you 1/6 of discs 3 and 4, so
Hmm.
I mean, if I do Death Frontier, that number jumps up to 2 out of 6 just from that one area because there's
Yeah,
just
that's a
so many
huge
maps.
area. Hey, Ontario. All right. And what was the other map? Divine Tree.
583.
583. Let's warp. Yep. Orkulon, not looking so great. Yeah, I see what you mean by using like a much grittier model here. Definitely makes sense for this area. I imagine if you use like like a smoother model, it would just make everything look like mud. Oh yeah, look at this. This looks great. Don't miss the shiny.
Yeah, we were really trying to counteract the paintbrush effect,
Yeah,
as we
yeah.
like to call it. Oh, is this the map with the error and retail?
What is the
Oh,
error?
yeah. It looks like they didn't cut out the 3D model of the branches hanging down over the steam properly, but the characters don't walk over there, so I'm not sure why
Oh,
that
interesting.
error happened. Yeah, there's just a white outline on them in retail.
Yeah, we found all kinds of little retail issues here and there. Yeah, we've got a little bit of banding on the background here. I think that's the overlay. I'm not sure if that's supposed to look like that or not. It's hard to tell with a lot of this stuff. We're used to seeing in very, very low resolution where you might not even be able to notice that.
Yeah, I think that's the foreground effects. It's not
Yeah,
actually in the background.
I'm pretty sure you're right there because I can see the animation over it. And yeah, we haven't seen any issues like that anywhere else, so I would be willing to bet that that's just retail weirdness.
Someone mentioned the triangles look really out of place, which we're
Yeah.
working on that today, right?
Yeah, that's part of what we will be working on today.
Thank God it was annoying me too.
So yeah, what we're going to be working on today, once we finish this little show off here, is we're going to be adding some more hooks so that we can integrate more of Zachronix's high resolution textures into the game. And then we'll show those off as well. Hooks as in basically like places where mods are able to interact with the game. What a stream.
All right, this map is still bugged.
Yep. This looks really good.
Yeah, the first edition of this map was really smooth, but it only really looked good here, so I decided not to do that everywhere else.
Yeah. Legend of Dragoon breaking the fourth wall. Breaking the fourth wall again. Yeah, again, these overlays, just like the water and stuff here, look so much better even though they haven't even been upscaled. Yeah, the fog effects look really good, for sure. Oh no, more bugs.
I mean, the cutscenes at least look very nice in 60 frames.
Oh yeah, it looks super good. Hey Spyro, let's get a look at this guy up close. Who's that Pokemon? Oh yeah, I'm not sure when this happened, but Kongal joined in sync. And we'll just win this fight. Thanks, Garrett. Yeah, anyone who's new here, if you find what we're doing here interesting, please do remember to subscribe to the channel. And yeah, as Garrett said, liking this video and commenting on it after the stream, sharing it around really helps us a lot. Makes a huge difference, makes the YouTube algorithm very happy. And this is what we used for the thumbnail of the video. Yeah, Albert's shoulders seem to be a little bit transparent here. They've got a couple of different versions of a lot of the models. So like sometimes they'll use high resolution models, sometimes they'll use low resolution models. We plan on wherever possible getting rid of all of the low res models and replacing them with the higher resolution ones. We are considering trying to even use the combat models where possible, because they are much, much more detailed. Not sure about the logistics of that yet, but I think that it should be doable. And yeah, as you can see, we have reached the end of the upscale. So, compare this to what we were just seeing before. Like, it's not even a comparison. Like, look at this compared to, oh, we can't go back. Okay, never mind. But just look at this and think about how much better the other stuff looked. We do not yet support the retranslations, but we do have plans to make the entire game easily translatable even into languages that it never supported before. Pretty wild seeing all these cutscenes in 60 frames per second. I actually haven't seen any of this yet either. Um, I've just been working on the first cutscene and that's it for like the past 3 or 4 days. And yeah, I haven't had a chance to like go through and watch some of the other ones yet. So smooth. Yeah, J-Man, that the oddities with the menus might actually even not happen anymore. um, because we no longer load stuff from most of the game files for like the menus and things like that. Um, it might actually even work fine with severed chains now, but I can't make any guarantees on that. It's hard to say. Yeah, I'd say it probably would work on these newer builds then. Probably without most of the issues with the weird menus. As you can see, the battle animations are pretty janky right now. After after updating the rest of the game for the new animation code, I haven't done the combat stuff yet, so they're pretty jiggly. This thing's pretty weird. I don't know if those are supposed to be. I don't know what those are supposed to be. Eyes or something. Yeah, not a character in sight. Weird about that. It's gonna be really something when we get the battle cutscenes working at 60. Alright, let's quit back to menu. I don't think there's anything else for us to show off here right now. So Zychronics, shall we start adding some more support for the Upscale project?
Yes.
What do you want to start with?
The damn triangles.
The damn triangles.
I hate it.
Alright, I know.
A, because that was the first thing I did in OpenGL. I'm still clueless, which is why I haven't touched it.
I mean, you got it working.
I didn't get the save point working.
True. We'll get there.
I was like, oh, something's wrong here, and I can't figure it.
Okay, so we've got our miscellaneous textures. Those are in the submap folder. Let's open up the Tim viewer and just take a look at these. So our first one is just the basic alert indicator. Then we've got the big arrow here. That is the, got all these named pretty sanely. Got small arrow. I can't believe that they left like the small arrow texture just like bugged out. Like they must have been able to see that it was missing part of the texture in their editor when they were making it. Like, come on.
To me, it looks like they use Photoshop based on their press release stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got three different color lookup tables. We've got low and that one. So we probably want to replace the big arrow and the small arrow and the alert icon.
Yes.
And you've got those textures locked and loaded.
Yes.
All right,
I
well,
redid
while
the triangles myself.
nice. Okay. So do you have them as PNGs?
Yes.
Thanks, Shadow. We have definitely put a lot of hard work into it, so it's very nice that there's so many people who are so excited for this project. All right, so we are going to want to override these. So we've got the triangle indicators. I think you moved the code. No, you didn't move it into these classes. Render triangle indicators. Here we go. Yes, as Drew just linked to in the chat, I have a Ko-fi account if you're interested in supporting me and my projects like this. Greatly appreciated. All right, Zachronics, you want to send those over to me?
Sure. One moment. I think these are the right ones. Oh God. Maybe I should have zipped them up. I don't know. But you're gonna have to rename them. I don't know.
That's some very interesting ordering on Discord's part.
How are they supposed to be named?
So the thing is, the small arrows are all in one texture, um, and they just use different color lookup tables. Um, they will be named however we choose to name them, since this is new development here.
So maybe is there like a texture ID for any of this? Or like is it in Dragon Zero dot something or whatever? And then we
No,
could do an actual.
they were actually encoded into the submap overlay itself, so I've extracted them all out into this into the submap folder.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I was like, oh, they're named.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, I think we will let's just avoid setting up events right now, and first off, we will just get it working. Let's see what all we got here. I'm just gonna extract this. So that's the player indicator. So for now, I'm just going to copy these into here. Player blue, player red, player yellow. Actually, I'm going to put them in the assets folder just so they don't accidentally get blown away by the unpacker. So we'll just drop them into the main folder here for now. We're going to do this quick and dirty just to get it working. Actually, rather than blue, red, and yellow, I'm just going to call them player 0, player 1, and player 2. That will simplify the loading process for now. Filtered PNG. Assets slash player dash dot png. All right, so that's the textures loaded. Now, what y? So what are these values here? We just need to work out which of these is controlling um, how the or what the color is. I
Uh, it's
want,
in the render triangle method that figures it out.
yeah, I'm in the render triangle indicators method right now.
I mean, I should know. I literally just did this. Oh, it's the triangle index. If it's 0, it's blue. If it's 1, it's yellow. If it's 2,
Right.
it's red.
Yep, that makes sense. That checks out. So let's just pass the triangle index into this method. And then player indicators, triangle index. Now I think this is going to work, but this will be a start and we can tweak it at runtime. Okay, so I think we want no UV offset at all. And we don't need clut override. What is RGB? I think those are always going to be 1. Um, when we are building the geometry, we are going to need to build a 24 bits per pixel, no VRAM position, no color lookup table, UV is 0, size will be... What's the size of the individual player triangles?
Oh my,
I'll look it up here in a sec.
yeah, I just gotta open Photoshop up here.
Yeah, it looks like 128 by 128.
Oh, yeah, that worked.
Okay, let's see if this works. All right, we got a static indicator. It's not
But
spinning, but
it's
it's
not
rotating.
pixelated.
Or it's not spinning, but it's rendering. Um, so now we just need we do need the UV offset. What are these values?
I think they're just by 16.
Yeah, I just want to see which of these. Yeah, yeah, so it's this value here that we want, I think. Yeah. And we will need to do a UV offset of UX times 128 divided by 16 and a V offset of 0. And no spinning. This one is at 1400-ish. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wouldn't it just be
Or
like UV times 16?
um no, because well, yes, it would, but
Or UV times 8?
yeah,
Because it,
same thing either way.
price is not moving even a little over with that change.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, every 2 frames that is incrementing. Um, it is possible that the shader is ignoring this in 24 bits per pixel. 1 second, let's take a look at the shader. So if bits per pixel is 4 or 8, yes, we are ignoring the UV offset in that case. So I just need to do a quick shader modification here. Should be vert UV plus UV offset, I believe. Let's kill this execution and run it again. Shader's still compiled, so I didn't mess it up royally. And there we go.
Now, does it change color if you go to Evergreen Forest and turn off no battles?
What an excellent question. Counter rate. It does. Just like that.
Now all we need is the door indicators, which should be the same story, and the alert icon.
Yep. All right. So we'll get door indicators here. This is going to be the same deal. So those were in the order of yellow and green. We do basically the same thing. I already copied it. Door. We do not need that or that. UV offset going to be the same thing, I assume. Are the door indicators the same size or are they smaller? They're probably 8 by 8, are they?
They're half the size, yeah.
Right, okay. So we'll divide by 8 here. Now, did you make your indicators the same size or are they also 128? Looks like they are smaller.
Mm. Yeah.
64 by 128, which I suppose will work out to the same math. Hey LRC, we showed off some new upscales. Um, we are also working on upscaling some of the other textures right now. Well, not upscaling the textures, but adding in textures. That Zycronix is already upscaled.
Oh no, I made these by hand.
Oh, well, there you go. Handmade.
I technically could get you 16x door indicators.
If that variable is what I thought was, this should work. Oh yeah, we've always got the VODs up, so feel free to watch it whenever you're available. Nope, did not work. Let's see what we did wrong. Oh, I know what we did wrong. We need to set up the geometry properly. Like how I said what we did wrong, like you have anything to do with this, Icronix?
I mean, I'm still here and I'm watching and following along, so. Wait, wouldn't the UV be 64?
Yeah, what have I done wrong here? Share the blame, not the credit, yeah. What we are doing right now is implementing some of the higher quality indicators that Zycronix made. Okay, so this should all be right. Oh, I'm guessing
It would
that
be
this. Go ahead.
The UV size should be 8 by 8, I believe. That's how it was originally set. And then the size
Um,
is 8 by 8, and the UV size is 64 by 64.
no, this is the original code here, 8 by 16.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah. I
oh.
think I do
Okay,
know
yeah.
what's
I
wrong
just
though.
looked at the height of the image. Oops.
724. Yeah, we are way off the image here. I know what the issue is. The U and V is being calculated differently. Right. So we just want this. Want to look at these values here. Hello, IntelliJ, can you show me the value? Um, 0, 0. Yeah, okay. So that is in fact the problem. We'll just pass this directly. Actually, I'm just going to comment that part out. We will recompile, and when that finishes injecting the code, we should see them pop up. There we go. They are
Uh,
bouncing a little bit. Not quite smooth.
yeah, and the colors are different, but yeah, I mean, I only had 1, 2, 3. There's only 8 frames of it, so did I actually make sure they were leveled? No. But yeah, that can be fixed later. I still have the original PSD file.
Very, very easy to adjust them by a couple. So it looks like it's trailing behind Dart. That's just actually how it looks in retail. The center of his model is not quite right. I think it's just an issue with the low res model that they use on this map. Uh, okay, let's figure out which of these indicators should be where. So green is the regular door, right? Yeah,
Right.
green's the regular door, so that should be 0. Okay, so we just need to rotate. So this should be 2, this should be 1, and this should be 0. Yeah, if you look closely in retail, you can actually see it does that too. It's just a lot more difficult to notice since it's so much lower resolution. Let's check a map where he's got his high res model. This is low res model again here, but if we go into the map on the right, yeah, okay, so door indicator is correct now. The animation's also not quite smooth. You kind of see how when it's in the dark, thin mode, it kind of like slows down a bit. Yeah, it does it here too. It's just a little bit weird how they calculate the center of Dart's position. He kind of leans when he's walking too, which doesn't help. Might be something that we fix in Severed Chains. It really wouldn't be too difficult to fix that. See if I can get him. Yeah, so you can see, like, I'm not moving here, but it looks like it's trailing behind him because Dart is, like, leaning. The top one is blue. The top one is blue. Huh. Okay, so
Oh,
maybe I'm using
interesting.
the wrong variable here. I think I must be. Maybe it should be whatever that is. Let's take a look. Okay, so I think we actually just figured out what this array is. I think this is indicator type. Let's peek at the code here real quick. Yeah, I'm 99% sure that's what that is. So, I'm going to shut down the game here. We're going to give this a name. We will use that instead, and now they should be right. Well, actually, I think they're going to be wrong. I'm pretty sure we had the files right in the first place. So, if they're the wrong colors, I will switch the file names back. Mm. Oh, no, we've got green down there. We've got green here. Let's take a look at the N.
It's
Yep,
just
okay.
those opening maps.
What was that?
It's just those opening maps. I mean, we had the weird bug with the flashing of the indicator on
Oh, no,
map
no,
10.
I changed something here when I reloaded. So it'll be right on those maps now too.
Oh, I thought it was another random one-off bug.
No, I was just using the wrong variable. Let's look at some jiggly battle animations. Miranda is especially funny.
Oh wow, the hits are rendering now too. It's been a while. I had not updated my upscale.
Yeah, I broke the battle animations pretty badly when adding the smoothing for 60 frames per second. Not so much that I broke the battle animations, it's more that I just haven't updated the battle animations yet to use the new code properly.
Yeah, I was a bit mesmerized by there and at a loss of words at how jank it was. But it looked nice. Like it
Yeah.
looked cool. All right, the
Okay.
last thing is the alert indicator.
Right. The
I mean,
alert
I have the
indicator.
save point too, but like that's not rendering.
All right, render alert indicator.
Oh, I did not upscale the save point because the upscalers couldn't handle the texture because it's too small.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just looking at them now.
Mhm. All right, well, we will do the alert indicator at the very least. Um, did you send me the alert? Yes, you did. Save as. That's, and we'll just call this one alert. Okay, this dot alert shouldn't need any offsets at all, and then we just fix this up, 24-bit texture. Just need to check on the size of that. It is 192 by 192. And I think that'll just work. What is a place with an easy alert?
Go to the clinic in
Right, right.
Denver. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool with the Soul Eater. And do we have alert? We do. So crisp.
Now I'm a lot happier with the submaps.
I think that due to the weird resolution they use for the submaps, it's actually rendering skinny. That's probably how it looks in retail too, though. Yeah, if you look at it close, it definitely looks taller than it looks wide. But yeah, that's probably how it is in retail.
The renders from the press release are actually skinnier than
Are they?
all the. Yeah, they gave 3 maps in the press release, and they're all some weird aspect ratio, and then the actual game textures are the stretch versions.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, this is really something to look at now with the indicators. Looks like a whole new game.
so what's next on the list?
Oh, you tell me. What else do you want to upscale?
I did send you a list. Let me find it.
Have you done any of the overlays? Like the submap animated overlays?
I have done 0 because those did not replace in RetroArch. So
Right. Yeah, so what you're seeing here, like the sun rays and stuff, this was actually another issue with the upscale when it was targeting RetroArch. Basically, it just wasn't able to see these as textures for whatever reason, so they weren't able to replace them. That's another big benefit of doing this for severed chains instead. You know, not only is it actually fast enough to run, but there's stuff that we can replace that just isn't possible elsewhere.
it will be fast enough to run once we do the battle textures. That's the test.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so another very important thing to note about severed chains is that the file loading is fully multi-threaded, which isn't possible in obviously in emulator or anything. Um, I had to rewrite a pretty significant portion of the LOD code, make it so it just wouldn't soft lock all the time. Um, it did soft lock all the time when I first did it. And actually, fun fact, that is the soft locks that happened on the PS5 release when they first released it. Those were all due to just not loading the assets right.
Yeah, there's 5,000 battle textures I have, so
5,000,
multi-threading
yeah.
that would multi-threading that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what would you like to tackle next?
Well, you gave me two options here. Do we want to just stick to upscale or work on easier stuff with the Dramon stuff?
Do you have any upscaled character textures?
I only have upscaled battle character textures.
Hmm.
So if you want to tackle battle right now,
Well, the battle rendering is not working super well, since we haven't put like barely any work into it at all. Pretty much the only work that we've done on the battle rendering is what I did on the couple of live streams a while ago.
oh, okay, so that's not
How
ready at
long
all.
would it take to run Dart's texture through the upscaler?
Less than a minute?
All right, works for me.
I just need the textures.
Yeah, let me just find that. We'll just do
Okay.
we'll do Celeste, the very first map in Celeste. Hold on, let me just
What about the very first beta map? Let's upscale beta Dart.
that would be interesting.
That's gonna look horrible because even those textures have like 2 pixels on them. All right, let me load up my upscaling stuff here while I'm at it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the texture here.
I'm thinking they would be smooth, so let me upload that.
Let's see here. Okay, so that should be a Dragon 21 Directory 35. There is one issue in that it's the heavy use of Klutz. So here is the texture. There are multiple different color lookup tables used here. How do you deal with that?
In RetroArch, it was just only use this one PNG for all cults. So, uh,
So you would basically have to piece together like a
oh
single
wait,
image with the different colors?
hold on, I am spreading misinformation. Let me go to the texture dump folder. Uh, okay, no, it was each image has a different hash cult, so we would up, upscale each cult individually. That still wouldn't take me too long because those are so small.
The thing is, if we use 24-bit per pixel PNGs, then uh, there it does not use the color lookup table. You know
Oh,
what? Let's just for now, um, I'm going to. Oh, there we go. We are just going to do a single one. It's not going to look good. Dart is going to be red. but it will give us an idea.
Do we have to use 24-bit?
Yes, at the moment, yes.
Okay. So most of my textures are 8. No need to go to 24, but we'll see. Alright, let me load up this singular image in my smooth chain. Uh, Hopefully
Right,
the transparency doesn't
we
get
are going to
fudged up.
do a live upscale. I don't think there's
Alright.
really any transparency on there.
Uh, sure, that looks fine. I sent you it.
All right. So here is our new upscaled texture. You'll notice that everything is red. So the game uses what's called indexed color. Basically, what that means is rather than it being like an image, you'll have like a very, very, very low resolution table of pixels, and those pixels will point to a palette. Um, it's how GIFs work today, and basically that lets you have a wide range of colors, well, a relatively wide range of colors, but using much smaller images. Um, this texture uses 5 or 6 different palettes. Um, so like for example, Dart's face and eye here use a very different palette than what his chest does. But rather than putting like going through the effort just for this very quick experiment of upscaling all the different palettes, cutting them out, putting them where they go, figuring out which palettes apply to which part of the image, we are just going to do one for now. So Dart is going to be all red, but we'll see how it looks. Okay. So we are again going to do some hacky stuff. So in our asset loader here, we are loading into carousel map objects. So right here, we will just have that texture that we upscaled. Darts equals texture dot. Yeah, we'll use a filtered PNG. Why not? Assets slash dart.png. Actually, no. We will not do that in here. We'll do it in the regular submap, since that's where the actual renderer is. Um, render submap object renderer. What we're looking for here. And if the texture has not been loaded, we will load it here. And if this is Dart, we will pass in the Dart texture, otherwise we will not use the override. Um, Now the question is, I don't think it's going to be quite that easy. I think we need to actually modify Dart's model a bit. Notice in 9 that the woman talking to the weapons trainer in Celeste looks way too pink. She is actually like really fluorescently colored. No idea why, but like that's just what they picked. That's what they chose for color. Yeah, we've been working on the project for a little over 3 years now. Um, I mean, we are still kind of trying to get the word out about it, but we're always glad to see new people finding the project. Hey, Forrest. Yeah, we showed off a bunch of new upscales and we got the map indicators, uh, Psychronix's replacements for those implemented. Right now we are working on trying to hack in a upscale dart texture. It is going to be a little difficult though. Wait, let's see here. Okay, so this is where that's getting loaded. So the upscale project will be a mod for Severed Chains. So we aren't shipping anything, we're not shipping any assets or anything like that with Severed Chains whatsoever. We pull everything off of the disks. That's why we require you to have disk images. So we do this for legal reasons, so that we don't actually have to ship any copyrighted assets or anything like that. So everything that you see in Severed Chains, even like the HD 60 frames per second stuff, that is all 100% retail assets. And then things like the Upscale project and other, like high quality models and things like that will be mods. All right, talk to you later, LRC. Enclosure wants to know if you have the dragons upscaled.
Yes, I had the dragons in battle upscaled.
Do you have any screenshots of that?
Oh, I would have to upload. I mean, start RetroArch for that.
Sounds pretty painful, to be honest with you.
It does. Mine keeps crashing on startup. It takes me like 5 tries to get it working.
Yeah, plus the loading screens. The loading screens are killer. Oh yeah, the new build that Huntario is talking about is what I've got running here. Um, we've got like full HD 60 frames per second for all of the world map and sub maps, and it looks very, very nice. So while I'm looking at the Zycronics, I am actually realizing it's going to be very, very difficult to do this dart texture replacement, unfortunately. I'm just trying to think of if there's any way that I can hack this in without major changes here right now. It's tricky because the model itself contains like the render info for the texture.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mess. Yeah, we've got some new people in the chat here, so let's actually just fire this up again so we can show off what we've been working on. Yeah, it can be any aspect ratio at all. Sever change just renders to whatever aspect ratio the window is at. So like for example, I've got the world map here in 4 to 3. Can maximize, now it's about 16 by 9. And you can see the 60 frames per second. I forgot that I did not have encounters disabled. But I mean, this is a good time to see the HD 16 by 9 combat as well as free cam. Oh yeah, no, there's no loading time at all. All the file loading is completely multi-threaded. Um, we actually had to add in like artificial delay when starting battle because it would just go straight from like walking around to being in a fight with like no warning whatsoever. But yeah, we have zero loading time. Right now the battle animations and stuff are pretty messed up. I'm in the process of reworking all of the animation code. So if I pop out of pause mode here, you can see like the bird's kind of like bouncy in its animations. If I defend, you can see Rose's sword kind of jiggling a bit. But yeah, this is a work in progress. I've been working on like reworking all of the animation code to make it much smoother. But yeah, you can see the effect of the HD very, very, very easily in combat. Yeah, Kongle joined in sync and didn't tell anybody. So yeah, keep in mind when you're looking at these animations here, these are still only 20 frames per second. We have not done 60 frames per second combat yet. Alright, let's get out of this fight. Are you going to be able to remove Dart from the party? Look at my party right now. You could make Dart a secondary character. You could take everybody out of the party except for one. So keep in mind what you're seeing right here is early development build. We do already have a full release that works really well. This is our development build working on all of the major graphical upgrades. So all of these graphical glitches will be ironed out over time, and if you are interested in playing now, you won't see these in the currently released build. Also, what you're seeing here, these are upscaled textures, courtesy of Zycronix and TFZ's Upscale project, if you're wondering why they look much, much nicer than retail. Let's pop back over to Neat and take a look at those again. You can see these are all upscaled textures here. Makes a huge, huge difference. Like, just look at the trees in the background and come in here and you can see like the grain on the burnt out wood and stones. What was the undestroyed Leningrad map again, Zycronix? We'll warp back there.
347.
No, we're on the map indicators. Uh, that stack trace does not match up. Is there more than 3 types of map indicators, Zycronix?
Did I forget one? Wait,
Can
map
anyone
indicator or door?
Sorry, door indicator. Can anyone think of another kind of door indicator? We've got the yellow for the inns. We've got green for the main entrance and exits to like the different areas. Then we've got the blue for the shops. Yeah, I think your 4090 can probably handle it, considering I'm running this on my laptop while streaming. I don't think you're gonna break a sweat there. I'm running this perfectly on my laptop with integrated graphics. I can't think of any purple indicators.
Oh, I'm changing item shots to purple now.
There you go.
Um, is
Okay,
there a special indicator rendering on that Leningrad map that we can maybe isolate, perhaps?
was it 347?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna look here. So yeah, we've got a third kind of indicator. Huh.
New retail discovery live.
Or rather, a fourth kind of indicator. Let's. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to add a fourth indicator texture. We are going to open it up in paint.net and we're going to tint it purple. doing a bad job at this. Why are... Okay, there must not be any blue in this image in the first place. Anyway, it's fine. We'll make it red. I suppose I could just do hue.
Oh, I can give you a purple version. Just give me a second here.
How the heck do I adjust the hue in paint.net? There it is. There, we'll make it a nice magenta.
Oh, there we go.
So we're gonna close this. I'm gonna load that texture, and we'll see what the fourth door type is. Okay, so we'll load up the destroyed Leningrad, and then we will warp to the undestroyed version. Okay, so the shop here, for some reason, has a different indicator type.
Oh, is it a combo? If items and armor are in the same, is it supposed to be both?
That is a very good question. Can you think of anywhere else that
You
has a
are
combo?
has a combo. Is it the nighttime version or is it the daytime version that does that? Let me see. Is it Eulora or Aura? I don't know. 520 is a map of the Wingley town. Maybe try
Yulara?
that. Yeah. Okay, this is the nighttime, so we can go over to the
Alright,
shop
I
at
do
least.
not know how to navigate through here.
It's on the opposite side of whatever this is.
Here?
Yeah, top left. Oh, no.
No,
Someone
these
mentioned the Flower
Flower
City,
City
maybe.
Dono.
Uh, 242?
242? To warp myself out of here. I am stuck.
Oh, maybe just warp to 241.
241. And the shops are over here, right? Look at that. It's purple.
Okay, so there was supposed to be.
So we just found a new feature that actually is like unused. How about that, Drew?
That is super neat. Didn't know they actually. I just figured it would both be blue.
Two and a
So
half
then, are they?
decades later, we just found out that there is secretly a feature, secretly a different indicator for combo shops. So what's everyone think? Should we make them purple?
I think we should make them purple.
Yeah, forest. So this is actually a hidden feature in retail that we just discovered. There's actually a different type of indicator for combo shops, but due to there only being three color lookup tables, um, they just also look blue. Well, I'm gonna add a ticket to add support for this. Um, Retail has a secret door indicator for weapon plus item shops. Normally, three indicators: green, yellow, blue. But combo shops actually use a fourth, and it just looks blue in retail because it's missing a color lookup table. Verdict is to make it purple.
Well, when the texture replacement mod is out, you can make it whatever color you want. Don't have to use what I or TFC or anyone else sets it to.
Yeah, we I mean, so like realistically all we need to provide for the upscale project is one single indicator that's just white with shading. And we can recolor them in code to whatever color we need to. So, you know, we could allow users to choose their own colors for all the different types of indicators.
Oh, you know how much I love doing that.
I do know how much you love doing that. Yeah, enclosure. I mean, it's a very good question. We have actually found a bunch of things that they just, you know, forgot to do. I mean, it happens in game development and software development all the time. Um, you know, I am a software developer professionally, and you know, things just kind of slip through the cracks. You know, miscommunication between artists and developers. Um, or you know, someone just forgets a line of code or something. I don't think it was a limitation of the PS1. I think that they either just forgot about it or, you know, they just deemed it as being unnecessary, as some guy said.
I mean, they definitely didn't mark that Ulara shop properly because that should be a combo indicator.
Yeah. Is the goal of this project to keep it limited like the PS1 or make it as close to the dev's original vision? Um, so for the most part, we are like almost across the board, we are keeping all gameplay stuff like 100% faithful to retail. Um, we are making tweaks here and there for usability, most of which there's options for, such as, well, here's a good example of like a developer oversight. Um, the encounter rate in retail is actually bugged. If you're walking in two directions, you encounter way more enemies than you do if you're walking in the other two directions. You can notice that when walking through the Barrens on disc 2. So by default, we will be using a averaged out encounter rate that gives you roughly the same amount of encounters over time, but the same amount when you're walking in all directions. Um, so, you know, little things like that that are good for playability, as well as things like the improved graphics. You know, again, we're not modifying any of the graphics aside from the upscale mod. We haven't swapped out these models or we haven't done anything with the textures. We're just rendering them as they should look. Um, you know, at a much higher resolution than the PS1's capable of. So picture it as sort of like a retail plus. We are fixing bugs. We are taking the work of the original developers and displaying it in the best quality that it can be. Yes, you can actually adjust the encounter rate. Right now we just have a drop down that lets you disable entirely or use the uh, average rate that I added, or you can select the bugged rate from retail, or you can select what the developers actually intended, which is just a terrible experience. People think that LOD has a lot of encounters now. They actually intended for it to be a lot higher than that, but the bug actually drops the encounter rate pretty substantially. So on submaps like where we are now that use the pre-rendered backgrounds, adding real-time shadows is tricky, um, because the backgrounds are not 3D. I do plan to experiment with real-time shadows and ambient occlusion and stuff like that in battle and on the world map, which are both fully 3D. Yeah. Illepri has been working on a new audio, sound, and music engine for Severed Chains. Um, Basically, like completely rewritten from scratch to be a lot more efficient, more accurate. So even things like the music and sound is going to be much better. Ink, you're a lunatic. Yeah, so some guy, we've actually got a modding API. So the Upscale project, to install it, all you do is just drop the mod into the mods folder here, and that's it. And when you go to load up a new game, you can actually choose what mods you want to have enabled. Mods are able to add new configuration options and stuff. For example, Dramod adds a selector for difficulty. Um, the scope of the modding API is fairly limited right now, but the next release that we're going to be doing after this one is going to be focused on expanding the modding capabilities. So you can expect to do things like add entirely new items, spells, maps. You know, we're planning on going so far as to even allow adding new characters and things like that. The ultimate goal of the modding API is to basically make it so that you can turn the Legend of Dragoon content off and like create your very own campaign. I did not expect to find a hidden feature tonight, so that's pretty interesting. I do like that
I
color.
wasn't eager.
Yeah, you can turn your awful teenage fanfics into your very own game in the Legend of Dragoon engine.
I wonder where else has that combo shop.
That's a really good question.
Like, did they
Now
actually
I,
do it everywhere?
yeah,
Oh, the
I'm
moon.
curious about that too.
The moon bale. What map is
Uh,
that?
you got a map ID for me?
I will have something close by, I hope.
Yeah, the lighting effects look
Oh,
really
wait.
nice.
I can just look at the textures I've already upscaled for the moon. That would find the map much easier.
Yeah, there you go.
Um, oh no, did I delete them by accident? Where are they? We literally released the moon upscale video on the channel. Where did I put it? Oh no.
Yeah, let's check out Flets. I'm pretty sure those are all individual shops.
Okay, I found my moon, the moon area.
Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button.
The twin castle is. Oh, you're just gonna upload a save.
Yeah, I've got
Uh,
one right here.
Let me find the moon map while I'm at it.
So it's not so much technology for the lights. Oh, look, a purple shop.
Okay, now I'm confused. What is it for? Okay, but there's. Oh wait, they're both purple. Now I'm really confused.
So maybe
Maybe
we
it's just
were
supposed to be
wrong.
for.
Maybe it's actually shop type 2 that's unused, or door type 2 that's unused.
Can you work to 608?
I
That's
can
close
warp
by.
to 608.
I'm
Okay, sorry. So
having.
as I was saying before, so the lighting is not exactly like technology. It's basically just like overlaid animated textures. So it's not like real lighting per se. It's just like pre-baked animated textures.
The portal at the top, and
Portal at
then
the
you need
top.
to exit outside there.
Why did everybody just come out of that door when I walked up to it?
Yeah, because the cutscene's supposed to play once you first enter the map.
Right. Oh, thanks, White Fox Racing. You can play this game. You can play it on Severed Chains if you want to.
It's more purple here. Now go. Oh wait, you can't go outside. Okay, I'm gonna have to find the outside map for you. 1 second.
Can I hack my way outside?
Oh, do you want to try that? I found the map ID. It's 620 if you don't want to try to see if you can warp past them.
Okay, so it's the script that's doing it. There's no like blocked primitive or anything there, so we won't be able to do that. What's the map ID?
620.
Is this it right here?
I'm just. Oh, but
Yeah,
it's
so it's just a
green.
green door.
Huh.
Interesting.
Maybe at one point in development they were thinking about using the second one, or it's clearly used for shops in some manner, but why? Why are some shops one type and some shops the other?
So we didn't actually look at any shops other than the combos after making that change. So let's go to Bale. Okay, so Bales are blue. Wait, hold
No,
on.
wait,
That
what? What? Huh? I'm confused. Is there a glitch? Because
okay.
that's supposed to be green.
What is going on here?
Both of those are should be green.
These should both be the same color, right? Since they're the same building.
I know, and even in retail, one of them's yellow. What map is that?
Oh,
I
holy shit,
am.
thanks for all of the super chats. Very much appreciate that. So yeah, White Fox. Basically, if you look in the description of this video, you can find a link to our Discord server. If you want to pop on there and send a message, we can help you get set up to play it. We've
Hey,
got some
Corey.
guides and things. Hey, what's up, Drew?
A little insight potentially for the icon color thing for that hotel. It's probably because that the hotel is on the right side, but the left side is just where they sell the spirits.
True.
So that's probably it.
I'm still confused. Why is the house at the start and the maps to where the drunk is blue instead of green?
I am very confused.
See, that shop is purple.
And the other shop was purple as well. What is going on here? There's something going on.
Secrets.
Yeah, so the item shop is also purple.
It's extra interesting because there's like only one or two instances of an accessory shop, but that's also the same color.
Yeah. So why are these two doors? Here it says, is blue marking story event location. That is interesting.
Would Black Castle have blue doors?
Let's go to the
Uh,
Black Castle and find out.
Would that mean submap quest markers technically?
I have no idea.
Because we have quest markers in the world map. If you zoom out all the way, you can see the blue and red indicator. Here's where you are. Here's where you need to go to advance the plot. But I always wished there was like a submap version of that when you're walking around the locations. And
Okay, let's go to Lohan.
oh yeah, that's a huge town.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick spin around the arena here, see if they're all green as we would expect. And they are. Green, green, all green.
maybe the bridge. Like, what's your next plot flag supposed to be?
So we've got Green over here. The boss's shop is green, right? It's not, it doesn't count as a shop.
Right. And for sure, we didn't mix up the three colors because the clinics are yellow. Most of the other indicators are green. And the only one that's supposed to be left is blue.
Yeah, so we've got the shop there, and it's purple.
Is blue 0? And the
No.
is
I think blue was 2.
oh. So I'm thinking,
Yeah, it
is it
goes. Oh,
overflow?
sorry. Blue is 1.
Oh. Okay, well there goes that idea. I thought it might be like overflowing and reset back somehow or something, and that's why they're different.
Yeah, so we're not seeing any blue here at all.
But then why in the map with Bale did the greens turn to blue?
That's a very, very good question. I do not know.
This is killing me
So,
because I would love to chase this rabbit hole, but I have to code to do it.
okay, so the yellows are working correctly.
Most of the
So, like,
greens.
I'm fairly sure we're using that variable right.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm guessing that J-Man is right, and that green is used for both slot 0 and 1, and then yellow is used for slot 2, and blue is used for slot 3.
If we change the textures that way, would that fix all of our issues then?
I mean, it would restore it to retail, but it doesn't solve the mystery of door type 1. I want to know what door type 1 means.
All right, opening a new research project.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Um, I'm gonna flip 3 and 1, which will make shops the normal color, but it'll make that different door type purple. And then we can just hunt for purples.
Okay, fair enough. That sounds smart.
I'm gonna have to enjoy this vicariously through you.
So yes, for now, 60 frames per second is only available outside of battle. 60 frames per second battle will come at a later date. I gotta get caught up on chat here. 1 second.
I tried to answer everything I could.
Yeah, I fell behind a little bit here while we were messing around.
We also got like a number of super chat donations. Thank you everyone who did that.
Yeah, seriously.
I've never even heard of an ARS currency, but I guess we're gonna find out.
Yep.
Oh, we got Canadian dollars.
Amazing. Could be that the programmers who implemented it did not understand that programming count starts at 0 and I tried to count 1 to 3. I want to say no. I mean, it's not impossible. like if someone was coming from, basic or something like that, but it's also pretty unlikely that anybody that would get hired at a game studio to work on a game that is supposed to be like a Final Fantasy killer would be like super inexperienced in C. Um, okay, so where should we go?
Real quick, did you see Forrest's question about demo stuff? If not, I'll answer.
Uh, demo stuff, demo stuff.
Okay, apparently not.
Two independent dev teams pick two arbitrary colors for shops and suffered a bit of a language barrier. Was that the message you were talking about, Drew?
No, they were saying, have you run your assembly interpreter on the demo? Sometimes those demos have full beta and alpha builds. To begin with, we already found full combat stats for all enemies in the game, not just the enemies you encounter in the JP and NA demo. So we actually did a whole live stream series on that, showcasing what they were tinkering with or trying out for combat balance. So different HP values, defense, magic, attack, and all these different things. Madness Hero was a damage-based edition instead of SP-based. So to start with, that happened. But Corey, are you thinking we could unpack the demos more fully in the future once you figure out the different version unpacking?
Um, I think that Forrest is actually referring to looking at the game code. Unfortunately, that is a much, much bigger job. Like disassembling it is one thing, but actually like going through and figuring out what all of the code does is another thing. It would be very interesting. And actually, on that topic, I found an entire segment of like an overlay of testing code in the released game. Um, it is overlay. Yeah, temp.overlay has like a bunch of testing code in it. We haven't fully reverse engineered it, but there's some like scripting functions and stuff in there. So could be interesting to see what lies within that at some point.
In part, it might be an easy answer as well because, I mean, technically you can still have full alpha build code, but if there aren't submaps, these background images for all the different locations, maybe not. So I think we've already looked at the submaps, right?
I don't. I'm not sure. I wasn't part of that.
Because for a long time we've been able to put the demo ROM into programs like JPSX deck, and it will just spit out all the cutouts of the submaps that are there. I'm reasonably certain it wasn't the whole game of submaps. Like the whole file was a lot smaller.
Yeah,
Someone's
it's
saying,
hard to
could it
say.
be Stardust for the indicators? Is
Yeah,
it?
that is interesting as well. We should definitely look into that.
Then map 10, if you start a new game, should technically have it?
Also, thanks again for the super
Hmm.
chats.
I mean, now I kind of want to make a mod if that's not the correct thing. Just change all the door indicators if there's the Stardust that you haven't located in that map, change it to purple.
Yeah, actually, I guess we haven't revealed this yet, but Icarus actually made a uh, mod that adds an NPC that gives you hints to where your next Stardust is. White Fox Racing, you do need the discs in order to play Severed Chains. You will need disc images, ROMs. The reason being is that we cannot legally redistribute any copyrighted assets. So Severed Chains actually pulls all of the 3D models and things like that off of the discs in order for you to play. All right, let's speed this up. Yeah, not seeing anything here. Chart's head wiggle there. Well, it wouldn't be Wingly teleport pads because we saw them in Bale. There's one in the painter's house and one on the stairs that go down around the fountain.
Well, both of those
So
have special events, giving the spirits and getting Lavis's portrait.
yeah, Zychronics, you said new game map 10.
Yeah. If it was Stardust, then the map beside it should have a purple if it is Stardust.
Up, Doom, we found something. We found a special kind of door that has a different indicator from the rest of them,
So
and we're trying to figure out what it is.
just to clarify, Corey, is purple the given color by the game, or was that a mod thing you did?
No, I added it. They show
Oh,
up as
okay.
green.
I almost felt extra special there. Right.
Well, while we are doing new game, we might as well show this cutscene again. So this is HD 60 frames per second.
So smooth.
Yep, and this is all running native, no funny stuff here. Alright, we'll speed through the rest of this.
Yeah, there's just one see here I saw.
Was that the Dark
Right.
Squadron?
Yeah, the squat.
I mean, he just ran from a dragon. He's got to stretch, or he's gonna get cramps.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so map 10. Map 10 is this map.
Yeah, the next map over after you do this battle should be purple if it's a Stardust indicator.
So it's not double speed at 60 frames per second because we rewrote all of the effects to run properly at higher frame rates. So we've rewritten like 100% of the game's math code and rendering engine. Yeah, so this is like a fully modern rendering pipeline now. Okay, so it is not showing it's not showing purple on the door here.
Yeah, because the next map for sure has a Stardust, so it's not that. Maybe we should go back to
Well,
town again and
Technically, it's not connected right now.
Oh, right. It's not connected until after this.
So
This
one
scene.
thing that I can say is I don't think that it's actually reading the flags that say what Stardust you have.
I feel like Icarus would have found something of that nature
Yeah, that's
by
kind of what
now.
I'm getting at.
I
And what
swear,
the heck
Corey,
is
you're gonna have the new speedrun record.
Right? You see how fast I beat that boss?
Like the only one to bypass RNG.
Yeah, so yeah, it's still green.
unfortunate?
What the hell?
Have we found a purple yet since we changed it?
Well, the painter's house and the staircase to the fountain would be purple.
Oh, right.
So we might
All
just
right.
kind of have to do some zooming here and see what we can find.
Yep. Set like 10x speed with auto advanced text and everything.
All right, we're gonna play on 2x with no encounters. Um,
It's
Yeah,
unfortunate
Doom, we were
because you don't reach
considering.
a town till Bale. Certainly everything's green all the way up until then, right?
yeah, I would think. I keep hitting collision and not going where I want to go. Also, I'm just going the wrong direction in the first place. Oh my god.
Have you played this game?
I've
Are you the
never
best
played.
person for this project?
I've never played Legend of Dragoon before. I'm
That's a
sorry.
testament to your abilities. We have to teach you how the game works.
Yeah. Let me turn on quick text on auto text.
Shoaib, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, asks, would it be possible to add more polygons to Albert's cape to make it look more smooth? We can entirely swap the models, whether it's slightly editing the current ones or putting in, like, if you will, fully modern thousands of polygon, like Dark Souls kind of model or any other kind of game with a billion polygons, you know what I mean? That's all going to be possible. It just requires someone to create it.
Alright, so since we are going to Helena, I'm just going to quit out and load up a save.
That would be Forest has the pragmatic consideration that it could just be a debugging or like a test slot that never had any function. But I mean, it's placed on certain doors apparently, right?
Yeah, it's a good question.
We're gonna have to find all the purple doors and figure out what's common between them.
Right. Yeah. Process elimination.
We also recently found that there's a few special collision types and that aren't actually used in the game code, but they are set like in the world, and we haven't been able to figure out what those are for yet either.
I still miss the Void River.
Yeah.
Go faster.
Gotta go fast.
If it's not a blur, it's not fast enough. Actually, you could technically, whenever the speed is 10x or more, Dart turns into a blue ball.
Yeah.
You start hearing an iconic sound effect.
Forrest, I'll show you what I mean here in a sec once this cutscene's over. Let's get these sweet 60 FPS cutscenes.
So apparently you fixed a couple bugs or something, because when I was checking it out, it crashed right after the opener.
Yeah, that was a little while ago. By a little while ago, I mean like 10 hours.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
But that's an eternity in Severed Chains time. Okay, so collision is handled by a basic 3D model. So I'm going to turn that on here right now. So what you're seeing here, blue is the collision primitive that I am currently colliding with. Green is a door. You can see there's a door on each edge where you would transition to another map. There is also pink, which is a transition to world map. There is some other color I can't remember, which is a special type used for shops that basically stops you from, like, you know how when you run into a slanted wall, you kind of slide along it? They added a special type that they put in front of shops to make it so that you don't slide, so that it's a lot easier to just kind of go up and stick to the desk so you can talk to them.
It's pretty
Um,
smart.
yeah, but there are also 3 other collision types that... Oh, and red is blocked. So for example, like in Flets, where the guard is blocking you from going into the castle, it's not actually the guard that's blocking you. There is a like blocked collision primitive there. So if you go in there with the collision viewer on, you can see there's like a red segment that you're unable to walk through. And the script engine is able to toggle those on and off so that when you like interact with an NPC, for example, um, the game can like remove a blocker. But there are 3 other types um, that there's no reference to those types in the game code. And so far, we have not found any scripts that interact with those types either. However, Doom has found some maps that have those collision types set. So we don't know what they're for. We don't even know if they are still used. It might be like a leftover thing from the game's development.
I've got a bonus question to give some insight for the viewers. So, as y'all might be seeing there, that anteater horse, as I call it, is behind the fence and also has a walkable path there. So the question for Monoxide is, do all NPCs require like that white collision path for them to be able to walk?
So there is another type of collision rendering that will show a darker blue primitive, very similar to how Darts is, but it's for other NPCs that are not Dart. For some reason, certain NPCs interact with the collision and others don't. So we can see that this one, the horse is not interacting with the collision, because if it was, it would have a dark blue box under it. That being said, they do actually model the collision for basically everything. Even like the beds in inns, like you'll see NPCs laying in the beds, and there will be like collision modeled under them.
Wait, hold on. I have a double bonus question. What the heck is the collision type in the Black Castle that prevents you from going up the staircase? I'm assuming it's a red collision color. Because
Which
We will have to check that out.
which staircase?
I'm talking about the secret path.
Oh, this is
I never
interesting. That's
Oh.
posted
actually
it.
blocked off. Yeah, you can see these are blocked off.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, they don't want you to slide down without doing it the right way.
Oh yeah, we should probably post that video. Maybe make a short
Which one?
Yeah,
walking up the secret path in the Black Castle.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
let's do it.
Yeah, there's a secret path in the Black Castle. There's a wall that is actually not a real wall.
Didn't we check that out? Like there's something behind that space, and it looks like it was meant to be a thing you could walk through, but it warped you to like what was it, the throne room or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be a staircase to the throne room, and it just leads
Maybe,
you directly there.
yeah.
What kind of hotkeys are available now in separate chains? Well, there's the pause button, which I'm showing here right now. You can press F11 to pause. You can press F9 to frame advance, or you can hold F10 while paused to advance while you're holding down the button, which is what I'm doing now. F12 opens the debugger, as it always has. F5 will automatically win the battle when you're in combat, the win button. While you're paused, you can press M to go into free cam. And I think that's just about it for new stuff. This collision debugger is new. You can turn that on in the submap debugger. Yeah, you can see some of the NPCs here are interacting with the collision. You can see the purple underneath them, or the dark kind of navy blue. So here
The
is
rose color.
here's our two purple doors. The two that we know about.
The only
So
thing they have in
confused.
common is that they involve goods.
Yeah.
That
Oh
shouldn't
yes,
be the answer.
you can press the equals key to increase the speed and the minus key to decrease the speed. Forrest asked if there's a collision type for events. So there's no specific collision type, but the script can access whichever collision primitive Dart is currently intersecting with. So like the one that's blue right now, the script can see that I'm standing in this space, and if it wanted to, it could start like a cutscene or something like that. So there's no specific type, but you know they can just look at the collision number and do something.
So if it's goods, maybe the first house in Donau, Kate's house, where you get Lynn's letter.
Hmm.
Don't know if Dart's Dragoon Spirit would count because it's already there and it just converts after the cutscene. Other goods.
Yeah, nothing else here. Interesting that there's blocked collision primitives here around the fountain.
They don't want you jumping in.
I guess.
Oh, Lohan might have a purple icon for getting the water bottle.
I did look
Maybe not, because the NPC.
Lohan.
Because it also
Do-
depends on whether these update after you get them or go through them. So, like, if you get Lavitz's portrait, will it stop being purple? Is the question.
I doubt it.
Because there's nothing else special here.
Because these are loaded from the new root file. the doors, I am fairly certain.
It can't be chests.
I don't think that these doors could be updated.
Yeah, I'm assuming they aren't. That seems awfully advanced. So you got the portrait.
Okay.
And it's still purple. Okay.
So let's check out some more stuff. So first off, mentioning Collision and Helena, I just want to show something very quickly in the entrance to Helena Prison that's very interesting. So this is something that we just discovered after adding the collision debugger.
We did find the picture a while ago, but the collision was new.
So you look on the right side here, and I suspect that at one point in the game, Dart was actually going to climb up this tree and jump onto the wagon.
Mario
Because if you
style.
look here, there's actually collision defined for this entire tree, but it's just blocked.
You could replace the red, right?
Yeah, I have, and I've walked up the tree.
Okay.
I can do that fairly easily. It will just take me a moment. So let me see here. So if it's not walkable, then collision geometry dot I think it's collisions and transitions I and equals not what is the flag? I think it's 8. Yeah. So we'll just do this for all of them, and there we go. We can now climb up the tree. So yeah, there you go. I suspect that this was at some point going to be used for like a sequence where, you know, rather than hiding behind the rock and then moving up and, you know, jumping onto the cart there, Dart was actually going to like climb this tree and jump into the cart while it was going by or something. And yeah, so Zycronix, you wanted to see the Black Castle.
Yes, that's correct. Right at the end. So before you fight Dole, if not, I can get you the map ID.
So would it be? It would be back from here.
Okay. Yeah, it's back from here. It's the room that gives you access to the 4 floors, or is it 3? It's just to the right of this map, I believe, somewhere.
Breakpoint. So we've got some blockers here. It looks like there's.
Okay, yeah, it's this map. If you go up the stairs.
Whoa. Okay, this is weird. There's an NPC standing on this tile.
Oh. You can walk through them.
There is.
Oh, wait. I think there's. Drew, maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
What's
There's
up?
originally a enemy there when you first come to the Black Castle.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about Sandora Elite 2?
Yeah, right below the Sandora Elite. Isn't there another enemy below before you go out to meet the Sandora Elite? Or...
I don't remember. I'd have to see the relative
okay,
positions.
so Ink is saying that you fight someone there.
Was it like one of the Sandora soldiers?
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go, Zycronix.
Oh, it's
There,
just
The collision is blocked off, so let's unblock that.
I thought it might be something special. Because the portals still work.
Here's the thing. When you unblock the collision, does it auto change the map, or do you still look like you're walking through the wall?
Oh no, it'll still look like we're walking through the wall. If I turn the collision off, you can see the wall's still here.
Okay, so they have no trigger to turn it on. It was just sitting there. The second image.
So yeah, this is a secret door in this room that you can't normally access. And it takes you right to the throne room.
Yeah, behind there is there's a cutout covering it, which is why it looks like that.
Can you go back through there?
Oh yeah.
And where does that put you?
Where you would expect.
Oh, it stays connected. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, Drew, I hacked in the removal of the cutout. I sent you it in your app messages in the Black Castle.
Oh yeah.
And that was also blocked off, and you can see we can get straight to the fight here. Without going through Kongol and everything. I have a feeling that, yeah, exactly what Azrael just said. This was probably the original way you were supposed to get to the final fight here. But it seems like they may have added Kongol in later, and then had to figure something out to kind of like get him in there.
Was Dart shaking?
I know, it's so funny.
It's like, you're not feared. Come on. It's a record time on that boss kill.
Yeah, I know. Phase skip.
I mean, I really hope I never come across you when we have PvP, because I will just automatically lose.
Exactly.
We need to
I'm
ban the
keeping that win button
from
in.
that. We can ban it. It's not like one of those game shows where you have to press the button as fast as possible to win. That'd be the worst thing ever.
No, you press. We're gonna leave it in. The hotkey will be Alt F4.
Okay. We'll make a trivia game inside of Severed Chains. Totally.
Hold on. Is Albert tipped over here?
Yeah, he's fucked up. What did you do to him?
Albert,
like,
are you okay?
The one who should be looking up is Hashel, not Albert, unless Albert's spying for his second Dragoon Spirit.
Oh, I'm paused right now, so it's not gonna pop up.
Zonryu with the killer statement, Albert standing in italics. I've never conceived of that before.
Albert, why are you... Why?
What the hell is going on?
Another mystery to be solved.
It's like he walked through the shortcut and he couldn't handle it like the rest of the party.
Yep.
It's like he walked through the portal as it was closing, kind of a thing. Now he's out of phase. And suddenly we're in disc 2, so you're gonna check the doors here?
Yeah. And again, for anybody who is just seeing Sever Change for the first time, you see no loading screens, no disc swapping, nothing.
Lots of green. The different doors will open up at night too. That might be interesting to see. Planetarium. Nope. Okay, that's blue.
Oh, the horizontal lines are just an issue with this build. We'll have that fixed later.
Okay, so that's interesting because you still have that adjustment active, right? And yet there's an accessory and a weapon and an item shop, and they're all blue.
Yeah, so it's door type 1 that we have purple here.
Oh, so you took it off of the other one. Okay.
Yeah. So on the topic of the collision, you can see here that they have collision defined on all of the beds.
Could you theoretically teleport Dart to those coordinates and he could like walk a little bit on the bed?
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, if it's just white, he should be able to move on it.
Yeah, you can walk on them. So here is the shop collision type that I was talking about. So you can see here if I like walk along a wall, I can kind of slide along it. Like right now I'm holding down, now left, down, and I'm just sliding along here. But this collision type is sticky. You can see that once I walk into it, if I am bumping up against collision, it just keeps me here. I think they did that to make it easier to talk to the shopkeepers. However, we actually found that the only thing it checks for is to make sure that you are in the collision zone in front of the shopkeeper. So like if I'm like facing the entire wrong direction, which I am right now, you can still talk to the shopkeeper.
Yeah, so it's a sticks the model and it's a chat zone at the same time.
Yeah.
So you don't have to get all the way close, which can be tricky sometimes getting all the way in there.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see here the red collision zone here around this NPC. And also, it seems like they give the most random NPCs like actual collision. So like you can see this one here. Like she actually interacts with the collision, but the others don't.
Well, the other ones don't seem to be walking right now.
Yeah, but even other NPCs that walk, a lot of them don't interact with the collision. This
Okay.
one does, but lots of others don't. Okay, so suggestions for other places to look for weird collision. Or weird doors, rather. Dono.
Yeah, Donau, Kate's house. I'm a little worried that when you warp around, like, it might mess with those flags, but if you're gonna load a save file, then yeah. And
So
we
nothing in
confirmed
Kate's house.
we confirmed that they don't update after you clear it, so okay, so it can't be good then, because Kate's house has Lynn's letter. I'm not wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
What the frack is it? Change it to purple so I can be right. It's just so we can have an answer. We're gonna make up the answer. Oh, well, it could.
House?
Yeah, it's later in the mayor's house unless you pick it up. Did you pick it up in this save?
Oh, I have no idea.
Hmm.
These
Well, it
saves
shouldn't
are
matter.
from like a year plus ago. Okay, so here's something interesting.
What?
There is an active world map exit at the end of this.
Fix the blocker. We have to know.
Where does this take us?
Oh god, this is. I have no. All right, guesses in chat
Okay.
before you
Yeah.
do it, Corey. Let's have
Okay,
chat guess.
I've gotta move this NPC. Everybody guess where this is gonna take us.
Guess a location. Is it a world map location we have to guess?
Yes, it's a world map.
I'll guess Valley of Corrupted Gravity-ish area.
And you have to guess it. Will Dart walk on water, or will it just be the ship?
If he walks on water, I swear to God. Jesus, Dart.
That's the NPC. I'm trying to move this guy, but
You should be able to. I think I did once. Oh, is he the one that runs back constantly?
okay, we should just be able to turn off collision with darts. No? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was able to get by. Okay,
Alright,
so what do we got in the chat? We got Crashville. Danger to the boat, phantom ship, debug room, please. Always nice to be polite. Queen Fury, going to take us to Soa, back of Fletz. Queen Fury sailing straight to the moon, and Celeste. All right, got a lot of
Here we
different
go.
answers. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
We are walking on water, and the back of Celeste. Who said the back of Celeste?
Lloyd
Lloyd
Sorrow
said
said Celeste.
Celeste. There you go.
Wow, that's a fast way to do now. It doesn't look like it on the world map. It's a secret wingly teleporter.
Oh, the game just crashed. Look at that.
Lol. Oh,
Didn't like that.
crash count. 2 crashes today.
It actually tried to transition to a map there when I went to the right side of that world map path.
That's trippy. I mean, yeah, that is the question. Like, they probably didn't target the back of Celeste. The back of Celeste
Okay,
is
hold on.
actually more of like a fallback, right?
Okay, so we're gonna do an unknown gate there.
You get a Lloyd. We're gonna give you a cookie, an internet cookie. It's got any toppings you want.
I love the flavor of internet. Okay, we're going back. We're doing it again. We've got science to do.
You want to do the same one?
Yeah, I want to. I put a guard on the crash, so I want to try walking that same direction this time and see what happens.
So after you do this one, are you willing to check the other dock in Fletz if it has a
Yep.
similar ramp? All right.
Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, so that's interesting. It's trying to unload the world map when we go here, but it doesn't actually take us anywhere.
Probably unfinished code or...
This is interesting.
Oh. Lloyd
I
wants
wonder where
oatmeal raisin.
that goes.
Can you like spawn there without the script moving you?
Not at
Like-
the moment, no.
Like in the future, you should be able to like disable the automatic movement and then just go there. That's so trippy. So many questions.
Okay. So, let's dock. Gotta save.
I am mesmerized.
Doesn't look promising here.
There's something back there, but it's not a exit.
Yeah, Doom, in that first the spot with the hill right before you get to Celeste, they're actually moving a foreground object there. Okay, we've got a world map transition here as well. I'm
What the
guessing it's
frack?
gonna do the same thing.
That is so weird. Okay, so that means we might want to check Fueno and possibly Fernie, right? Or even
Alright, let's
Rouge.
see, yeah. Same thing, same thing.
All right. So this might have been like an alternate design they were working on before they changed it to just talking to Kate.
Could be. Okay, let's take a
Weird.
look at Rouge. So right off the
I'm-
bat, we've got some blocked off collision here. Not sure why they would define this collision in the first place, just to block it off, but... Oh, look! Purple doors.
What? There's a Stardust back there. But the door going back to the main area doesn't make sense. Why is it purple?
But it's green on this side.
But it was
But this door
one.
and the one leading back are purple.
What the frack?
Can you pick up the Stardust there? Gee.
What the? This is
Where's the
nuts.
Stardust at?
It's in that
I think-
jar.
Yeah.
I don't think this is gonna change anything. Yeah.
Yeah, just a process elimination.
Hmm.
Why are they both purple in
And
Martel's
another
room?
purple door here.
This is so weird. There's
I-
nothing in common.
I'm so disappointed that there isn't.
There. Okay, so
Oop,
my
That
last
ladder on the right is
theory,
purple.
if there's nothing apparently in common, then my only guess is they were gonna put the teal on, ID 1, but then for whatever reason they jumped ship and started putting it on ID 2, kind of a thing. For some reason they just switched to a new ID and didn't clean it up.
I don't see why they would do that.
You got a better explanation? Because I don't have any.
Purple doors and purple floors.
Yeah, so my guess with Rouge is a shot in the dark, because you can go to the Queen Fury, but since it's a water path, I assume they wouldn't put a ramp there, like a collision ramp.
I don't know, Garrett. I mean, in Bale, I don't think there's anything there that would go over Dart, and we had those two purple doors there.
Doom wants us to try the Queen Fury. I don't know what the vegetable chopping minigame has to do with it, Doom, but we'll look anywhere. I mean, you've got this in the current OpenGL build, right?
On the doors, no. I have not
Oh.
pushed that.
Oh, I was thinking of Collision, my bad.
The collision, yes.
If it's easy to give us the doors... Oh, wait a minute. Those NPCs in red, I don't even recognize them. Are they, like, only in that one scene?
I was not paying any attention whatsoever.
No, it's not important. I just... Okay, they're gone. Okay, great, thanks. Oh, wait, there's one. I wonder if it's like a sprite.
Too late. Already gone.
It's fine. There's too many interesting things going on at once. Damn successful fandom. Why is that one purple? What could
Yeah,
possibly...
that was just gold. So yeah.
I think that kills that theory. You can't buy gold.
Yeah. I mean, you can buy gold with an item.
This is so weird.
Yeah, so far I have definitely not seen like a defined pattern.
So what happens if you take the boat outside of Rouge? The little boat.
Let's find out. Okay, so we've got some new collision here that was not there before. I'm gonna dot here and no, stop trying to. Okay, so I'm going to push myself up.
A whimsical youth wanted to do something neat and it was shut down. Hey, you never know.
Sorry,
I
what?
remember Forrest says a whimsical youth wanted to do something neat and it was shut down.
Oh.
It's totally possible. Like even in, game jams, I see that kind of thing with, amateur game dev. Oh my god. That's a walking path. That is a long block.
Okay, so there's no warp at the end here, unfortunately.
Can
Interesting,
you
there's a path to the right there as well.
Yeah, can you teleport there in case there's a pink or green off screen kind of a thing?
Yeah, I
There
believe you can
is.
teleport to the man.
There
Oh,
is?
Yeah.
I was
Uh,
right?
I just teleported here and I can't move.
What the fuck? I can't believe I was right. That's hilarious.
There's collision all over these areas.
That's fun. I don't even know.
Okay,
A
so
random shot in the dark.
what is preventing me from moving right now?
Well, the barrels?
Unless this is a ranch primitive? No, it's not.
Don't know.
Okay, let me pop into the collision method here and see what is stopping me.
Okay, so this proves that if there's a collision area going off screen, it could potentially have an exit.
So this map is not actually even running any collision code. I
You're
think
not
this
supposed
map,
to be on there.
yeah, I think this map might actually just not have the scripts to move Dart. Yeah, it doesn't. This map does not have the scripts necessary to move Dart. That's what it
Oh
is.
no. Okay. New
So yeah,
question.
you can actually walk onto this map if you get yourself uh, into that collision area. They've got a door that leads out here, but you
Why
can't actually walk around anywhere.
All right, I've got a crazy question. Tell me if it's too crazy.
Okay.
You see the path there where the boat would be traveling, and Dart could walk there if he had the scripts. So since he doesn't have the scripts, I don't know. Like if there's an exit off screen again, could you guesstimate the teleport area and try and hit the end of that collision off screen if there's a warp? Like would it warp you if you teleported to the exit point?
Huh?
It would.
Actually, no, because it's not updating my collision location.
So you would have to give him walking scripts.
I might be able to wang jangle some stuff here.
Wangjang, is that a technical term?
Yeah, it's a very technical term. You probably wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I can guarantee you I don't understand. I don't understand the stuff that is normal. J-Man says, I feel like we're doing something naughty.
Yeah, you're always doing something naughty when you're wang jangling. Okay, so we're going into free cam.
Oh
We're gonna
god.
get weird here.
Oh
Because
no.
free cam only affects 3D stuff. There is a world map warp.
I was right again. So clearly, if it goes off screen, we have to check every single one. What the hell? Where does that go? Is it behind Celeste?
I think I am closest to that collision primitive. So if I triggered the collision code, it would zoop me over to it.
Zoop you?
Okay.
I hope there's not a zoop Nazi.
We gotta get weird.
The fact that you're like misaligning the collision with the 3D, it feels like we're on the moon. This is nuts. I should have done an everyone tag for this. This is so nuts.
Okay. So we need to trigger the collision code for Dart.
Someone.
Okay, so handle collision and movement. Not an NPC. We want to use Dart's model, so we can look that up in the submap object array. Model dot hardcore transfer and a world space movement of, let's just say, 4 on the x-axis. Okay, so that snapped us to a collision primitive. Now, if we resume this, where... No, it didn't snap us. Dart is still there. It still thinks he's on the other one, is the issue. Okay, plan 2, I have some additional debug code that I have commented out. Oh, this is not going to go well because it's been... I'm going to try to render this in screen space, so it's going to be aligned with the background.
Chocolate asks, may or may not have fallen asleep. Can't believe we're still going. What the heck are we doing? Chocolate, we're in the weeds. We are in the deep end. Corey has realigned the collision 3D map, if you will, to not match the submap view, so that we could tell if there's a world map exit on this map in particular, and there is one, and we're trying to get there, but there's no collision walking scripts for Dart, so we're trying to make him able to walk, I last recall.
Yes. That about sums it up.
I am trying so hard to maintain continuity with reality here. Welcome to the
It's not easy sometimes.
Children of the Corn coming up next.
Okay,
oh my God.
Which one of these is world map transition?
Forrest says, please insert this 5. That's hilarious.
Oh, right. It is in here. Okay, so we can see what the collision primitive number is.
Chocolate says
collision
it's kind of sad
index
that...
25.
Sorry.
25 is the primitive index. So if we were to force Dart... inner structure collided primitive index equals 25. All right, here goes nothing. No, really? That might also be part of the script, so... Yeah, that's probably also part of a script that does not exist on this map.
Okay.
So...
we can try it later. We can, bookmark this. Because that is so mysterious.
I mean, it's gonna take us behind Celeste, 100%.
You think the 101 will do that?
Okay, well, on that note, we did find more purple doors.
This is so weird.
Okay, where are we looking now?
God almighty. There's so many places to go.
Someone said Queen
Cadessa,
Fury.
Queen Fury might have something. Magrad,
How's us?
Undersea Cavern.
Might be some weird stuff in here. So what actually led me to rewriting the collision code is there's actually several retail bugs in the collision code that were causing some weird stuff to happen on these maps. So one thing that one user noticed is that if you walk into this wall here in a very specific way in certain emulators, including the PS2 and PS3 versions of Legend of Dragoon, it will actually teleport you. This no longer happens in Severed Chains, but we found that it's actually due to a bug in the collision code, and it would warp you down to the ladder in the bottom left. Also, we found that the game does not take into consideration how far away the collision is, like up or down. So, like, Ink got stuck in the corner here, and it actually tricked the game into thinking that he was all the way up here. Let me show you where it thought he was. So he was stuck down in the corner there, and the game thought that he was standing up here in this collision primitive here. Yeah, nothing interesting looking here. We already checked Lohan.
I am so suspicious.
Really entered the territories. New Friday stream series idea, yeah.
I mean,
Let's see.
I'll spend 2 hours screwing around with Collision on Friday if you want me
Yeah.
to. I will do it.
Vados, yeah. We could check out Xenavados.
The way you pronounce it, it makes me think of the state of Nevada in the United States, like Zenevada.
Good.
What the frack was that?
What?
They have walkable collision like in the middle of the air, which
Oh, yeah. A bunch of it.
I can't imagine that's even used for the portal things that Dart steps on.
Yeah, look at this.
What? None of this makes... Okay, Xenobados is so screwed up, even the collision models are bad. Got it. So it's sort of following that. No, I don't buy it.
No,
None of
not
that
even
is
close.
necessary. Like, the
It's
only
not even
way...
close.
What is up with that? The higher area, like they've got like a little Z and a C, and it doesn't make any sense.
Also, there's random little collision spots, like on these lower platforms. Over to
None
the
of that
left
makes
there,
sense. Oh wait, that would
below
be
me.
cool though. That one would be cool because then you could like duck out of the way of the thing.
Down here too, below me.
Okay. No, he can't go down there. He'll fall. This is nuts.
Oh, look at all the collision spots here.
What the? There's no reason for any of those to be there.
There's one way off in the distance there too.
Okay, new upload video idea. Me reacting to every submap's collision, all of them.
Yep.
It's gonna be a Drew reacts supercut. Okay.
Drew reacts to weird Legend of Dragoon collision.
I'm gonna put that on my own channel. You know, I want to. Some of this money I shouldn't be sharing. Seriously though, this collision is like. Some of it makes sense. Like that one by the chest, it could be like an area you duck away from the patrol, the laptop patrol. But a lot of them, this shit in the middle of the teleporters, I will not justify it.
Yeah, no, this is just ridiculous.
It is so fucked up. Like, if they're gonna bother making the collision for that, the least they could do is put a bunch of laptos there, like stuck because they don't know where to go. Make it canonical.
I wonder if at one point it was going to be like something other than what they put there.
Here's an explanation. The dev just decided to fucking scribble because he was tired of long work hours. Be like, you know what? No one's ever going to see this, so I'm just going to scribble in the middle of the map. Like, oh, hey, actually, we're uncovering it now.
Yep.
Interestingly, like, it's a lot of squares, right?
Oh, we got a crash. Divide by 0.
Can't you, like, search for all instances of divide by 0 and kill them?
Not when it comes from a script.
Okay. I'm eating dinner now, by the way. This has gone on so long.
There is actually a lot of retail divide by zeros. And while we're here, we might as well patch this other method too to prevent divide by zeros. Oh, did you get that crash, Doom? Did you log it? We were hitting the law launcher. Ugh. Alright, no more divide by 0. And I don't want to wait for my turn. Oh, I gotta turn collision back on. The laptop just fell through the floor. I did not notice that. Look, there's random collision all over this place too. Like everywhere, there's a bunch of random squares.
That's higher in the sky.
Oh, whoops. I apparently stood around for too long.
Actually, you know what? Before you leave this map, the rectangle of collision in the background towards the ground, where it's like on the Undercity, that's actually where Luke Skywalker falls out of the Cloud City and hangs on one of those little antennas. That's from the movie.
Can't argue with that.
You can't. It's the same shape.
Laptop ran out of magic. Teleporting device, etc. Oh, that's back at the start, isn't it? Legislation Center.
I do not want to see it. Like, I want to see it, but I don't want to see it. Don't put me through this, Corey. Haven't we been through enough tonight?
No.
It can only take so much. Ugh. We were supposed to
Okay.
be looking for purple doors, and we're mostly just doing collision. Okay, this doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, nothing weird going on here. I wonder what would happen if I stepped on one of these pads.
Yeah, would it take you away? Maybe not, but
I kind of doubt it, but I also want to find out.
you gotta check. Just like me, you gotta
I
check.
thought when the Lapto got on it, it was gonna warp me away with the Lapto,
Aw.
but no such luck. Okay, so I'm actually in this collision now. Um, let's see if it takes us away next time a Lapto gets on here. Here we go. It was worth a try.
Oh well.
I can't open my menu, weirdly enough. Oh, there we go. How often do you run into divide by zero errors? We found a lot of places where divide by zeros can happen. Um, on the MIPS architecture, unless you actually like trap a divide by zero, nothing happens. If the numerator is a positive number, you get -1 as the result, and if it's a negative number, you get +1 as a result. Um, you know, just that's not obviously anything mathematical. It's just a quirk of the hardware that it ends up being that. We just make them all 0 because that's more. It's the closest thing to being mathematically accurate. What now? Queen Fury. Sorry, Doom, nothing interesting in the vegetable room. I've never seen any save file related divide by zeros, but yeah. There is a world map exit. Uh, what the heck? Or no, that might not be a world map exit. Maybe that's just one of the colors that's similar to the world map exit. No, that is a world map exit. But it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, let's check FreeCam and make sure that we're actually looking at what we expect to be. Ooh, going too fast. Going too fast. Yeah, no, that is it. It's right there. Very interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm going to... That is not what I meant to do. Oh god, now we're off screen. I've ruined everything. The model is not tied to your destination or anything. Um, you would just be whatever model you're supposed to be on that map. This is really interesting. This is also considered a... If you look really closely, you can see there's also a... Actually, it looks like there's two layers.
Oh, can you get on the other one?
Whoa! Look at this.
What? It was hiding.
Okay.
Are they gonna have like a little balcony back there at some point? But why the hell is there a world map exit there? Jesus. You gotta get on there.
And again, it's not triggering anything.
What?
You can see by the arrow in the background that I'm actually walking around behind the wall.
Yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. That is nuts. We have to come back to these later and try again.
So it's like, okay, let me check the world map code.
Zai is asking, does it trigger after you do the ghost ship?
Good question. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this, I think, is the world map. Yeah, okay. Huh. That's how it handles the regular transitions. Okay, so this flag is disabled. So if we set that to true, that should enable the transitions. No? It seems to have set itself back to false.
Okay, that's a secret. It's like one of those switches, you turn it on, it turns itself off, kind of a thing.
No. I mean, I think we can see exactly where that should be going to. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't actually link it to a map. It just says if there is a world map exit or not. So yeah, that's just gonna take us also back to the back of Celeste.
Huh.
See you, J-Man. But yeah, so anyway, we have found some additional random collision.
J-Man had the sanity to leave this live stream.
Yeah, just another warp that would go nowhere.
Is your thing that rotates the collision in 3D the same hotkey, just M or something else?
Yeah, it's just M.
All right. Well, I know what I'm doing for the next 2 weeks. I'll see you after I'm done.
Yep.
This sucks. I can't
Can't say
believe...
I'm surprised.
Like, I love that you gave us the collision pathways, and also I hate that you gave us the collision pathways. I was all weirded out with the purple door thing, and then like double whammy. That's a very wide exit.
It is. There's a collision on that cliff face.
What the hell? Does that go somewhere?
We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Can't believe this is even possible at all.
Um, no, doesn't seem
Nothing?
to go anywhere. You go
You
up
can't
and down
even...
real fast, though.
Wow. That's... that's warp speed. He's got to have like an evade modifier of like 80%.
Oh, whoops, I just snapped myself with that ladder.
So for those of you still watching, try to imagine these kinds of tools for other games you like if they were to be reverse engineered, you know. Try and talk to the most passionate engineers you can find who are fans of things like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro to reverse those games and then add these collision boxes so you can try and find extra secrets and stuff. Maybe there was a ladder there before. I mean, yeah, it could be a ladder, a
Yeah,
very fast ladder.
definitely could have been a ladder.
Crash would be insane to reverse engineer. Why do you say that in particular?
They
I
did a
mean,
bunch of weird stuff in development to basically give them enough memory to be able to run the game.
so in their own way, as hacky as LOD.
Probably a lot hackier.
Really? Okay. Are you gonna check the Funodoc?
Hmm, yeah.
There could also be a secret portal in the spas, but make sure no one's in there first. They hacked the PS1 to make it work. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, it fits for what the game is. I mean, it's a crazy Bandicoot, basically. Wacky kind of a thing. Why not make the code just like it? Access part of the code. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Using a console in a way that was not intended.
Yeah, they unloaded parts of the BIOS and stuff that they didn't need and kind of replaced it. The
And I think,
PS1 BIOS is unbelievably bad. It's like a miracle it even works.
then I guess I
I
don't blame them.
Yeah, like as part of making this project, I also had to reverse engineer the entire PS1 BIOS and kernel and port those to PC as well. And yeah, it's a miracle that it even functions. It's like held together with popsicle sticks and chewing gum.
Well, Forrest is also saying the developer documentation was in Japanese. If it was never translated in English, that is a very bad idea. Like, I'm not going to get conceited about English being the world language, but if North America was like a big market share already, was it not?
Um, I have a lot of PS1 developer documentation, and it was later on translated into English, but I think Crash was developed quite early.
Yeah, it was early.
Look at this. You can walk up into this tower.
Hmm.
Hey, thanks, Hellspawn.
Hellspawn. Rewind. If you want to go crazy, rewind and look at some of the stuff we've done tonight. An extra type of indicator for doors that I think, if I'm right, Corey, was also teal colored, but we gave it a different color. And we can't figure out what exactly it's for because all the door locations are different.
Drew, sorry for cutting you off, but there's a spiral staircase up this building.
That is cool.
We found all kinds of fun stuff tonight.
I think the world map exits is the topper for me tonight. The top thing.
Yeah.
And purple's my favorite color, so that's really saying something.
Yeah, world map exit here too.
Okay. So that probably goes to Celeste.
Yeah, it definitely would.
This is like, I think it's so consistent in all the different Queen Fury dock locations that it kind of proves my theory that they were planning a different system for the way transit works. Because the current way it works, the finished way it works, is that you just talk to Kate and then it's simulated, and you get on the Queen Fury.
Also,
But
there's a bunch of
before,
invisible NPCs walking around here.
well, there's real NPCs that are there.
They're
Maybe just
still
not for this.
walking around,
Is it
even
probably
though they're invisible.
because? Yeah, I'm guessing they just are programmed to do that at all times, so they don't have to be activated later. But the NPCs change after certain plot fags, like which ones are visible. There's supposed to be two chasing each other.
Yeah.
Oh, but only one of
Um,
them has the blue thing.
yeah.
Weird.
Forest, there's a flag on submap objects that just toggles whether they're actually visible or not. Huntario, in submaps, you can just press M. Um, in most parts of the game, you have to pause it first with F11, um, just so the game won't take the camera back over. The submap camera works differently. It doesn't like force the camera position each frame, unlike the other parts of the game, which is why you have to pause it in like the world map or in battle. And when you are paused and in free cam mode, it's basically just like standard first-person shooter controls. Yeah, we can probably, I mean, we can do anything we want, really. I don't know how it would be done off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be difficult to make those maps warp somewhere.
Is it possible to make the world map exits or other exits render text above them that references like which submap ID they're going to warp you to, so you can see where it'll take you before you go on it?
I'm sure we could. I mean, that data has to be accessible somewhere. Honestly, this spiral staircase is one of my most interesting finds of the night,
Really?
for me at least. I mean, it's just a random spiral staircase.
I bet there'd be some weird stuff if you check the castle, Flet's twin castle.
Hmm. Doesn't look like there's anything particularly interesting here. Why is there an NPC walking around in here?
That's because later there's two NPCs who are in love.
Uh,
Yeah, I guess they really just wanted to set them once so they wouldn't have to update their animations when they load them in later, so they're just always on and
you
just
would,
invisible.
I mean, you would think that they just wouldn't load them to save the resources.
So that means that while Dart and Shauna are having a private moment, there's actually another couple in there with them.
Yeah. All right. Getting
Can't
pretty
believe you did
late.
this.
Anything else that we should look at?
I mean, obviously we got to check everywhere.
I'll leave the
uh,
everywhere checking to you.
Homo Gigantos, maybe?
There's not a
That
whole lot of
you want to check
entrances there.
the Valley of Corrupted Gravity for some potentially weird paths?
Maybe. If I go to that map, I'm not sure if a cutscene will start. Let's just check around on the moon a little bit here real quick.
Sure. So that didn't use a submap exit like normal, that portal thing.
What do you mean?
When you jump through the vortex, it didn't seem to have a green.
Oh, that would be a scripted action.
Okay. Forrest says, "All right, Drew, you gotta find the ninth Dragoon spirit off the map." No, I'm not. I can't do it.
Collision seems pretty standard through here.
Why is the most normal looking collision on the fucking moon?
Right?
I don't accept that. There has to be some weirdness. This looks way too normal. It's suspicious. So suspicious. Um. Okay, that looks pretty normal.
There are some random collision points throughout there.
Yeah, it was not too wild. It's not Xenobatos. Now, there is actually in this area... Oh, shit. Sorry, you have a delay on the stream. Where Michael attacks, I was curious about another area there. Or I can check it myself if I have to.
We can go back there.
Because there's like a... It feels like there's a platform you can't normally access. So you can access that, and you can access their... That all looks normal. But was there an area on the left too that like some of the party members jumped down into?
I don't
Like
think so.
if you go down and then to the left.
I don't see anything that looks out of the ordinary around here.
Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. I thought there was like a... I could swear there was a spot. I'll have to check. Yeah, I'm just gonna fire it up while I'm watching the stream.
Interesting that this door is still here but doesn't go anywhere. And when you come through here, you actually do come through that like blocked off exit from the actual map.
Yeah. How about the Menintos or Claire area?
Yeah, the moon's all looking pretty normal here.
That's so weird.
I
It should be the
mean,
weirdest.
it was probably the very end of development, so they weren't really
They,
you know, messing
they didn't
around with things at this point.
they didn't have time to make really confusing collision. They just no monkey business, I guess you would call it.
Yeah.
That's all right. I gotta go check out where that frog mini game is. See if it's all weird with the hops. If I actually find like a legitimate scribble, I'm going to scream. Okay, that's the Giganto. I'm guessing because they keep drawing collision in places you're never gonna go. Just because it's like, oh, it's a floor. We'll put collision here, even though Dart never goes there. I bet there's like walkable area where Dole is saving Kongo on the right.
Can you normally get down there?
No, but that's something, and there should be more where Dole is.
Oh, look, there's something over on the right there too.
Yeah, that's where Dole and the Sandora soldiers come down to save Kongo. It's so unnecessary because, like, oop, you got snapped.
Okay, there might be some weird perspective going on here. Oh
What?
yeah, that's actually fairly. Whoops. Oh, that's actually way down below is the issue.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, now that area to the right is... Okay, so I'm going to
I don't see
run
any
back.
color.
I'm gonna run back up here to reset the camera. And then I'm just going to try and warp over to the area to the right. I accidentally warped myself down here.
Wait, that would be like a room.
Yeah, it
What?
is. We can walk
That's a
inside here.
room. That could have been a place.
It
All right,
could
we
have
gotta
been a
mod that
place.
in. It could have even at least led to a chest or something. All they need is like a ladder between the upper and lower area, right?
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Another place up here.
Yep, that's where Kongo comes out. Baby Kongo. Or Kid Kongo, rather. Like, the collision is already there for all these cutscenes to be playable. You just play as Dole, play as Kid Kongle, and all this. Play as Lloyd, putting a sword on Frugal at the bridge. Because the collision's there, you can walk there and make it playable.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of Ontario. Like, you could just create mods that connect to existing spaces and flesh them out more. God. All right. Well, I'm gonna be up all night. I blame
Yeah,
you, Corey.
on that note, I think this is probably where we're gonna wrap it up. We've been going for,
4
oh
hours.
God, 4 hours. Oh my God.
That's very close, if not a record.
Oh Jesus Christ. Yeah.
You go
I
get
gotta get
some
to
rest,
bed.
buddy.
And I will leave the further exploration to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Blurst.
Well, huge thanks to everyone who stuck around for that whole stream, everybody who even popped in for a little while. Thanks for all of the super chats and donations, and a big thanks to all of my monthly Ko-fi supporters. If you would like to support me and my projects, there is now a link in the chat to my Ko-fi account. And if you would like to see some more of this, we do these streams every Wednesday, 7 o'clock Atlantic, uh, 6 o'clock Eastern. Uh, remember to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and comment on the video. Thanks for
And
watching, everyone, and have a good night.
night, y'all.